All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, Joshi, Morgan Gron, Zopiad, Shark Eater, Caryu, Forged Quietly, Harune, Chromatic Cow, Amdy, and Cloverfield. Thank you guys for the good luck. You're not late, are you? Yes. Actually, you are very late. Stream started 2 minutes ago, so I'm gonna have to mark you down as tardy, unfortunately. So thank you very much, Soji Manaru, for the best of luck. Sorry to hear that you are sick, Harley Hawk. Hope that you get better soon. Oh, it is Chromatic Crow, I bet. Also, thanks for the good luck, Shireen. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, I definitely miss letters. Also, thanks for the good luck. Something is not right, but why? But, yeah, it's been a couple days since we did attempts, so hopefully we're not too rusty. Also, thanks for the good luck as well, Miyamoto Psych. I don't know, yeah, the Lotad yesterday was awesome. I really enjoyed it, especially since Ocarina of Time 3D tool-assisted runs are not something that happen a whole lot. Since Ben is pretty much the only person who does them. And the only one that existed before the showcase yesterday was the any percent task, which is still very cool, but is also only like 20 minutes long. Also, thanks for the good luck, Cat Cantaloupe. Right, I forgot to change the camera. Wait, how did I forget to change the camera? Must have not. The option itself must not have stuck. Oh, what? Okay, that was weird. I must have gone the wrong direction and inverted the vertical axis. Also, thanks for the good luck, Pirikala and TGPU. Yes, I did help a lot with the Ocarina of Time 3D randomizer development. Also, thanks for the good luck, Kokorona and Honu Akua. There we go. Invert horizontal axis. Also, thanks for the good luck, Ben. Thanks for the good luck as well, Apes. nice. Man, what a stubborn gate. The gate isn't technically RNG, but, like, it may as well be for practical purposes. Hello, Ibka. Forced escape and gate clip ending runs. Oh, darn it, come on. I thought I was moving too fast on that previous one. Guess opponent didn't back up far enough. Still made it through, I guess, but still not very fast. The attempt counter climbs ever higher. What percent of resets are Gade and Howard, I think? I mean, at least like 60 or 70% of resets are done before, like, completing goats, I would say, if I had to give a guesstimate. Because it is very easy to just rack up attempts like this. Oh, thanks, Ultimate Gamer. Glad you've been enjoying the content. More parallel, I give too much angle. Well, we don't really want to be rolling into the gate parallel to it, because then we wouldn't bonk into it, which is necessary for, getting the clip to work. So thanks for the good luck, Carlos Raven. Thanks for the good luck as well, SVB and Golden. It's true, if you do watch Beast and my streams, you will be watching a lot of Twilight Princess. Yeah, clipping into the gate in HD with this method is not as easy as using the rock on the original version, unfortunately. Probably be significantly less resets to the gate if, nice. We can do the rock method. Unfortunately, they patched it, so can only get through with Epona. Also, thanks for the good luck as well, Ultimate Gamer. I also hope that my day is good. Yeah, that only took us, like, what, 6 attempts? How'd the Archipelago shake out? It was fun. We didn't win, unfortunately, but I wasn't really expecting my team to win because the other team kind of just consisted of more consistently better Wind Waker randomizer players, so... We did end up all, like, not finishing too far behind them, though. At least, like, in just time for all 3 runners to complete their seed. No, that match was the semifinals of a single elimination bracket, so that's the last game of the multi-world tournament for me. Also, thanks for the good luck, KFC manager. Okay. A decent push against the wall. Alright, very nice. Pretty solid segment here. Almost was the best, actually. So thanks for the good luck, Makuya and RXB. Also, thanks, Zantito. Glad you enjoyed the low tad. Ben did a very good job on it. Oh yeah, I don't know when my next SSR match is because it hasn't been scheduled yet, but me and Yal definitely should schedule it. Ow, darn it, that one goat's in a bad spot. I think we can make this work, though. Yeah, alright. Slightly awkward, but still a very nice goat's time. True, it did only take one good gate to get the run going. Do I have any decent PC recommendations? Honestly, I'm not sure I'm the person to ask about PC recommendations. I don't have a good sense of, like, what is or is not good hardware for the price. Because even though I graduated in computer science, that was, like, computer science is a lot more about, like, software development and also just computer science theory, and not so much about, like, hardware. So you'll probably find better recommendations on the internet compared to, like, anything that I would be able to tell you. Also, thank you very much, Z-Linky, for the 65 months of Tier 1. That is a lot of months of Tier 1, so thank you very much for the good luck. Glad you continue enjoying the content. Also, thanks for the good luck, Renesteiner. Ah, yes, 128 gigabytes of RAM is definitely necessary. Alright, nice. We got the text skip. Yeah, unfortunately, like, at the moment, like, people in chat mentioned, like, the market for buying a new computer is not going to be great just because of the RAM shortage. I guess it might specifically depend on, like, what you want the computer for. Like, if you don't need it to be particularly high-end, or or like if you don't plan on playing games on it at all, or like doing anything particularly computationally expensive, then might be able to find some decent options, but even then, those computers still require RAM, so... Also, thanks for the good luck kite. I've always thought of Midna jumps as Link jumping to Midna, but, like... Midna is using some kind of special power so that Link can jump farther. Like, I've never interpreted it as something that Wolf Link can just do on his own. So thank you very much, Kamathy, for the 49 months of Prime. Only 1 month away from the big 5-0. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, it is, I mean, a lot of the tricks from, like, the GameCube version, do still work on HD, but, like, just aren't useful because we don't have early Master Sword, right? Like, Sword and Shield skip still works, Forest Escape still works, Pillar Clip with Iron Boots still works. Gorge Void and Gorge Skip with a Rupee Roll still work. But none of it's useful if you don't have early Master Sword. So thanks for the good luck, Kabila Bob. Alright, well, this is a very solid start so far. Only having lost 2 seconds to Sum of Best in the first 15 minutes. Wonder what our first mistake will be. Is it true that if you do early Master Sword and then try to beat the game normally, you get hardlocked? In the sense that, like, you can't get into Goron Mines normally if you do early Master Sword, yes. But, like, there are ways around that. Like, simply skipping Goron Mines altogether. But, I think that's the main thing that blocks you if you do early Master Sword, is just not being able to get into Goron Mines normally. So thanks for the good luck, Speediers? Not sure if that's the correct pronunciation, but that's... Oh my god. What do I use to get the input display on stream? So it's a homebrew program that essentially sends the inputs over my local wireless connection to my computer to then be displayed in a program. Also, thanks for the good luck, Rhapsody. Thanks for the good luck as well, Jungbei. Well, no, I do use a capture card. The homebrew program is just for, why is the keys over here? Okay. That was strange, that keys never comes over there. Like, the homebrew program is just for the input display, not for the game feed. Oh, how did we not get close enough to that guy? I'm confused. Oh, I'm not confused. I'm confused because I felt like I held down the B button, what would be considered long enough to reach the Shadow Beast, but I guess I did not. So thanks for the good luck, Leanne and Toasty. And thanks for the good luck as well, Douglas. Alright, well, that mistake kind of sucks. Because, yeah, for capturing the game, I use, Elgato HD60 Pro, I think is technically what it's called. It's the Elgato card that you plug into your motherboard that captures at 1080p and not 4K, because I don't need to capture at 4K. And can I get a blue rupee? Yes, we can. I'll intentionally collect that blue rupee to allow the monkey to go slightly further. Ah, this cycle wasn't fast, though. Also, thanks for the good luck Fubuki knee. This one also was not fast. Well, about average monkey, at least with also getting the blue rupee text. For some reason, some of those cycles were slower than normal. So thank you for the good luck fastest in Juniper. Thank you very much, Graded Shtick, for the 31 months of Tier 1. And thank you for the good luck as well. The hidden skills are very cool, I agree. It's a shame that they take kind of a while to get, because the later ones do have some neat uses. 100% speedrun. So thanks for the good luck as well, Curtis. I should have realized that wasn't far forward enough. So thanks for the good luck, Blues. Oh, come on. The time loss on Fair and Twilight was because I messed up the Shadow Beast fight in North Farron Woods. Well, by mess up the Shadow Beast fight, like, I accidentally killed only 2 of them instead of all 3 at once, so the third one brought the other 2 back, and then I had to kill all 3 of them again. Thanks for the good luck, Nublet. Alright, so if we get good Ook RNG, we can definitely be ahead here. How many hops we getting? 1, 2... Alright. Starting off with 2 is very strong. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, well, 11 hops is not so good. We're not going to save as much time. Still can't believe TPHD is real and that the Wii U is a real console that you owned. I mean, yeah. Both of those things are true. I mean, yeah, 13 hops is 9 more hops than the minimum of 4. Which I think is like a 7-second time loss or something over optimal RNG. Unfortunately, not in the green. So thanks for the good luck, YAK. Yeah, early Master Sword, it is technically possible to do, but it's only possible with a pickup slide that takes about an hour and a half, so it's not worth it for, like, real speedruns. Would be worth it in low percent, though. So nice roll. Also, thank you very much, Sledgen, for the raid. Thank you for the good luck as well. But yeah, if there was some other way to clip through the wall that requires the pickup slide currently, then early Master Sword would be worth it. But at the moment, there's no known way to do that. Also, thanks for the good luck, Snooty. So thanks for the good luck, Lux Lune, and hello, DF. Yeah, we got a pretty decent start here, all things considered. What's my favorite boss fight in every Zelda game? I don't know about every Zelda game. Because there are a lot of Zelda games, and I don't know if I could figure out what my favorite boss fight is for all of them. In Twilight Princess, it's Blizzetta, and in Skyward Sword, it's Demise. Wind Waker... I don't know what my favorite fight is in Wind Waker. Maybe Puppet Ganon? Because it's the only fight in Wind Waker that's, like, actually kind of challenging. So thanks for the good luck sandwich, Savant and Brutals. What water temple do I think has the better puzzles? Probably either Lakebed Temple or Ancient Cistern. At least of, like, the 3D Zeldas. So thanks for the good luck, Medtrax. Yeah, Wind Waker doesn't really have a water temple. Yeah, Wind Waker did have 2 dungeons cut from its development, but the ideas for those dungeons, at least according to, I think, some Nintendo interviews, were basically just repurposed into Twilight Princess, right? So, like, at least to me, it seems like the Goron Mines mechanics were probably something that originated as an idea during Wind Waker development, with, like, having the iron boots be used on magnetic surfaces and whatnot. Where is the... Okay, he's way up there. Hargarak knows one direction, and it is up. Am I from Sweden? I am not from Sweden, no. Born and raised in Southern California. EPHD low pauses when? Pretty sure you can beat TPHD without ever pausing, technically. The only required pauses with at least the routes that we do are to put on Zora armor, which in theory you could skip. Nice. Nope, there was, at least as far as I know, there was no messaging from Nintendo about Zelda for, like, the 40th anniversary of when the original Legend of Zelda came out. Thanks for the good luck, Niels Jansen. Have I ever seen snow up close? Yes. I have actually been skiing a couple times in my life. Really? Oh, I haven't been skiing in a while. Also, yeah, as far as, like, the 40th anniversary goes, like, I imagine if there is anything planned, like, if it's end-of-year stuff, right, I would imagine we would only hear about it in, like, the middle of the year at the earliest. I'm pretty sure for, like, when the 25th anniversary happened for the Legend of Zelda franchise, we didn't hear, like, anything about that until E3 of that year, which was in June, so... But also, yes, that's true. Snow is not something that I've ever experienced where I live in Southern California, but like, you know, each of the past actually not this year, I guess, but like AGDQ 2024 and 2025 were in Pittsburgh in the winter, and each of those years was snowing, or there was at least snow on the ground pretty much the whole time, and it did snow like a couple nights. That was my most recent experience with snow. What's the coldest my area has been? I mean, generally, in, like, the dead of night on the coldest day in winter is, like, 40 degrees at worst. I think, like, a couple nights ago it was, like, 45 in the middle of the night. Fahrenheit, that is. So thanks for the good luck, Orion and Gwayfering. Like, obviously it has gone, like, below that before, but it's pretty uncommon for it to go below that, as far as I'm aware. But then, like, you know, the coldest it gets in, like, the middle of the day in winter. Also, hello, Shadow Beast. Will be, like, maybe 50 or 55. Like, most days don't get that low in the winter. But, like, part of that is also just due to, like, elevation and how close, how close we are to the coastline. Because, like, there are mountains, you know, not even, like, 10 miles away that tend to get snow, like, at least every, like, year or two, I'm pretty sure, to some degree. But obviously the mountains are significantly higher elevation than where I am. You hate snow as an adult who drives every day. I mean, that's valid. I do not have any experience driving in snow. Also, yeah, YAK, there's less tiers per vessel in HD. It's only 12 for each instead of 16. Well, yeah, I mean, like, if a place isn't prepared to deal with snow at all, and it gets snow, then it makes sense for, like, things to close, even if you get, like, a single centimeter or something, right? Also, thanks for the good look, Chris Winix. No, it's not possible to have the Iron Boots before the Taming Epona cutscene, since the flag for taming Epona is what opens up Mayor Bo's house in Orden Village to allow you to get the Iron Boots. What is the order of the dungeon completion? So the order in the run is Forest Temple, which we already did, and then we do Lakebed Temple, Snow Peak Ruins, Arbiter's Grounds, Goron Mines, City in the Sky, Palace of Twilight, Temple of Time, and Hyrule Castle. It's one of the only runs that doesn't do Palace of Twilight immediately into Hyrule Castle as the dungeon order. It does mean that the giant spider lives longer. That's okay. I don't think the giant spider is terrorizing anyone inside the room that it lives in. Could wrong warping be possible in Twilight Princess? I mean, depends on what you consider to be a wrong warp. Like, there's a technique in this game called Fanati warping that is, like, essentially there's a way of getting visions of different places where you might have missed things, like collectibles in the game, and it's possible in some instances to interrupt those visions and, like, stay in the spot where... Wrong side. Like, that vision shows you. So, like, you can warp to Goron Mines in that way, for instance, but warping to Goron Mines like that requires getting Goron Mines Uku first, so it's not really like you can get to Goron Mines usefully in that regard. Oh, can we climb up, maybe? Hello? Ah, well, that was dumb. Should have climbed up the left lily pad. It is also possible to interrupt, like, if you could somehow die in the middle of a cutscene, you could technically warp to Palace of Twilight early, due to the cutscene in the desert where, like, that shows you part of Palace of Twilight during one segment. If you could somehow die mid-cutscene, then when the game would try to load up the part of the cutscene segment that takes place in Palace of Twilight, Link would just immediately die and then respawn in Palace of Twilight. Which sounds like it would be very useful for, like, the any % speedrun, but unfortunately, you would still need double claw shots in Palace of Twilight, and it's not really possible to get double claw shots before watching that cutscene, so even if you could do that, it would not end up being particularly useful. Also, thanks for the good luck hungry plate. Ah, yes, Link is always loaded regardless of what is happening on screen. Aside from, like, the initial boot-up sequence. But, like, the moment that you get onto the title screen and the file select screen, Link is always loaded in some form. Unless it's, like, a transition between two, different scenes. Yeah, double claw shot would just be for the boss key in Palace, I'm pretty sure. You can leave Palace of Twilight if you do the die in the cutscene, but then you can't get back in unless you, like, beat City in the Sky. Because the Mirror of Twilight is not open, just because you made it into Palace of Twilight. Ow, really? God. Get down there. This game does have some creepy bosses, that's true. When is the next cool sequence break happening? I guess that would either be King Bulblin 2 skip, or just the way that we go through Lakebed Temple, which skips most of Lakebed Temple. King Bulblin 2 skip will be happening once we finish Lanayru Twilight, which unfortunately we are going to lose time on, thanks to some mistakes that were made. I'm actually not sure what happens if you were to, like, get the Master Sword with Light before the Master Sword. Assumedly, it would just give you the Master Sword with Light, but I'm not actually 100% certain. Would be a pretty wild way to do early Master Sword, though. Also, greetings, Danny Music. Welcome to the Speedruns again. The specific cutscene that we're talking about, Waferlink, is when you first arrive in Gerudo Desert, like, Midna reveals more backstory to you about, like, the Twilight and stuff. And during that cutscene, there's a section that, like, shows a brief panning shot over, like, the Palace of Twilight. And essentially, the way that works is the game just loads into Palace of Twilight for that one part of the cutscene to show you that, and then loads back into the desert. But if you could somehow reduce Link's health to 0 in the middle of the cutscene, then Link would die in Palace of Twilight instead of that part of the cutscene playing. And then you could get to Palace of Twilight early like that. But good luck figuring out how to die in the middle of a cutscene. Alright. Pretty good. We waited there because we have to wait for the cart to, like, catch up to us before we can really proceed there, since we have to usually make sure the cart's not on fire. And it doesn't really matter if we get shot, since we'll refill on health as we run through the grass anyway. Hello, Rinukusu. And howdy, Donut Sensei. Also, yeah, Harune, there's a couple of other cutscenes that take place in, like, Palace of Twilight that theoretically you could use to, like, warp to Palace of Twilight early if you could die into them. Nice. The desert one is just the typical example that's used. I don't know, if the bridge wasn't there, we could just Epona slide over the gap. The reason we have to warp the bridge is because without early Master Sword, there's no way to cross the gorge without the bridge being there. Because there's no way to do gorge skip as just Wolf Link. If there was, then any percent could skip having to beat Forest Temple. Since, unfortunately, the, like, while the bridge exists on the map before, like, on the North Farron map, before you beat Forest Temple, the Midna trigger for warping it doesn't exist until after you beat Forest Temple. Presumably because it changes the state of the North Farron map to be the state that has the Midna trigger. Epona seemed clipped to get to Eldon at the start of the run as human and get across then. I mean, at the start of the run, Human Link doesn't have any equipment. Like, we wouldn't be able to do Gorge Skip without, like, Gale Boomerang at the very least. Also, I've never been able to actually clip out, to, like, Hyrule Field at the beginning of the game with Epona. I don't know if there's maybe, like, something different about the gate that blocks Hyrule Field, but I've never been able to clip through it in HD. Yeah, I would say GameCube Twilight Princess probably has the best horse riding. Or GameCube and Wii. For some reason on HD, they decided that Epona only gets to be controlled with cardinal directions. Alright, Bo. Are we gonna be nice today? Alright, starting off nice. For phase 1. What about phase 2? And unfortunately not. Well, not the worst, but definitely losing some amount of time. Kind of surprised that worked. I thought that was, like, aiming a little too far left. You watched a Let's Play of Twilight Princess so you can know what's happening in the speedrun. I appreciate the dedication, Frosty Pixels. Also, thanks for the good luck, Middleton. accidentally pressed +1 too many times. Ah yes, the Wii U gamepad definitely needed to be a lot bigger. This was definitely a very common complaint of people who used the Wii U gamepad, is that it was too small. That run's going well. This run's not too bad so far. It is behind, of course, but, like... I expect to be behind my PB for, like, the first half of the run, so... Wow, I actually saved time on this segment for once. Alright, time to pick up the very important stamp. Really? There we go. I don't know why that took so many attempts. Well, that's unfortunate. Morpheal is going up. But thank you very much, Variety, for the raid. Welcome in, everyone, to an okay start to a TPHD run. Thank you for the good luck and the 7 bits, Variety. Ruth or Dare? Ruth, I guess? So thanks for the good luck, Asher. What's my favorite song in Outer Wilds? I think the one that plays at the end of the DLC. I believe Variety actually made an arrangement of before. Also, thank you very much, Asher, for the 41 months of Prime. Do appreciate your continued support. Yeah, still sub 130 Lakebed Temple, so I can't really say the run is bad if we beat Lakebed Temple in under an hour and a half. Also, thanks for the good luck, Rat Nasty. What was my favorite GDQ run that I've done? That's a good question. I mean, I've definitely enjoyed pretty much every GDQ run I've done. I want to say, I guess maybe my, like, AGDQ 2024 run of Tears of the Kingdom. Although I think that one, I might just think that because that was the run that I had, like, more fun than I expected to have doing it. Skyward Sword 90% has a special place in your heart. That one was definitely the longest GDQ run that I've ever done. Yeah, that was before Reverse Bit Magic and Skyward Sword. Where does all the water go? The water in Morpheal's room definitely goes somewhere. Where exactly is a great question. Also, thanks for the good luck, Cowcat. What was my favorite GEQ run that I didn't get to do because I got COVID? Well, we got two options here. Probably Wind Waker all dungeons over TPHD all dungeons, I would say. I was definitely more bummed about not getting to do that one than I was about TPHD. And yeah, it was for GameCube Wind Waker, not HD. Have I ever done Jotwad? I've never done an RTA run of Jotwad, but I did make a Jotwad TAS about 9 years ago. I think it was 9 years ago? I think it was 2017. Yeah, Linkus ended up doing the Wind Waker All Dungeons run instead. I don't know if I trust this. I'm gonna wait out the cycle. Nice. Good dash timing. So far this run's not too bad. Ultimate Gamer. Being like 30 seconds behind at this point is still like a pretty decent start, because the beginning of my PB is really good. Wind Waker and Wind Waker HD runs are very different. The, like, main glitch that each run uses is very different, because Wind Waker uses storage to achieve a lot of interesting effects for its speedruns, whereas Wind Waker HD has a different glitch called item sliding, which is basically just build up infinite speed and go across the map really fast. Oh, 2018 for Jawad TAS, okay. That actually makes more sense, because it was after I finished the any percent TAS. Oh yeah, Wind Waker HD also has pause storage, which is not the same thing as regular storage. And allows you to skip cutscenes that you normally wouldn't be able to skip. I have any interest in the Fire Red Leaf Green Switch ports? Not really, no. The only new Pokemon games that Like, the hypothetical new Pokemon games I would play would be Mystery Dungeon Pokemon games, most likely. I don't imagine we'll ever get an Explorers remake. Because, like, I would be down for one, don't get me wrong, but, like, we already had one, and, like, we already had the Rescue Team remake, and, if a new Mystery Dungeon, or, like, if Pokemon was to continue doing the Mystery Dungeon series, I would expect a new Mystery Dungeon game next. Oh my god, the puppets have terrible timing today. But yeah, I would expect a new Mystery Dungeon game and not just another remake. Oh yeah, I would definitely expect them to, like, use that same art style that they used for the remake if they were gonna continue making Mystery Dungeon games. Which, who knows, maybe we'll get something for Pokemon's 30th. I don't know if the Rescue Team remake sold particularly well. I mean, just by, like, raw numbers, it sold well, because I think it sold, like, 2 million copies. But, like, 2 million is not a lot for Pokemon, is the thing, right? I could be misremembering the numbers, though, but I think it was 2 million. Of course, like, it is still a game that you can buy, so, like, the numbers could keep going up, but... Okay, so as of December 31st, 2022, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX sold 1.99 million copies. So that figure is 3 years old, but I don't imagine the number has jumped a significant amount in that time. So Ah, yeah, you can still flash senses during the jumps between the puzzle blocks in HD. Or, like, the puzzle positions, I guess, not the blocks. I wouldn't say there's a specific goal time that I'd like to hit, but just a run that I feel better about that doesn't lose a lot of time in the last hour, hopefully. Alright, let's see if we can do the stupid jump today. Alright, looks good. Very nice. Oh, hello. I'd like to go up the ledge, yes. Come on. I love when Wolflink bonks on slopes. So early Snow Peak is dumb because getting the Wolfos to properly run up the slope into the correct spot is actually not easy to do, like, consistently. Because even though we can stand in pretty much the exact same spot each time, the Wolfos can jump at us from different distances away, which affects, like, the path that he takes after we shoot the claw shot to knock him back. So, like, if he jumps too close to us and we knock him back, then he doesn't run up the slope at all, and just runs down, and then, doesn't... Like, it doesn't have a usable trajectory for the super jump. The Wolfos, and then if it's too far away, then we never grab it within the Midna charge radius, and so then we can't get a super jump off of it if we don't grab it, right? And then if the Wolfos spawns too far to the right, we can then end up in a situation where we can grab it within the Midna radius. But then it ends up... like, too far up the slope, and so the trajectory of the super jump still hits the loading zone anyway. So, basically just making sure that the Wolfos goes in the, or along the right path is difficult to do consistently. Because it's very hard to judge whether or not the Wolfos is, like, a good distance away when it jumps at us. And when, like, we knock it back with the claw shot. Like, in a completely optimal setting, that is faster than doing map glitch on SD, but it also does require that we have Midna on our back, so it's not possible to do that before doing Midna's Desperate Hour. Which, I mean, I think the current optimal any % route does Snowpeak after Midna's Desperate Hour anyway, but, like, the route that does Pillar Clip, for instance, wouldn't be able to do that because you don't have Midna on your back. Or, like, the All Dungeons route wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, the necessary Wolfos movement is precise and, unfortunately, not consistent. Because, like, what you can try to do, right, is if you notice that the Wolfos is too close when it jumps at you, then you can try to shoot the claw shot earlier to knock it back slightly further, right? But if the Wolfos just jumps at you from too far away, there's not really anything you can do. Hello. Transform. Also, hello, ZS. This run's not too bad. We have a pretty good start going here. Which hopefully we will be able to keep up with. Is it possible to do early Snowpeak without the claw shot? I think in theory you could also do it with the Gale Boomerang, but the problem is that the Gale Boomerang has to return to Link before you can transform into a wolf again, so the timing on it would be, like, a lot tighter, I'm pretty sure. Also, thanks for the good luck, Mad Monk Magic. Nice, got both of the Breezard cancels first try. The staircase in Lakebed annoys you most for the bonks. It's true, the Lakebed staircase is a staircase that you can bonk on, kind of annoyingly. Rupees. Still no rupees. Well, I guess we're getting the purple and Goron mines then. So thanks for the good luck, Brandino. And good afternoon, Boss Lady Trey. Thank you for the good luck. Oh, you started your new job today, Brandina. Very nice. Hope that that is going well. That's not where I expected that to go. Okay. There's some weird bounces, but... This room is not circular, so... So thank you very much, Zelda himself, for the 30 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the continued support. What's the most fast and drastic temperature change I've experienced? I mean, generally the most drastic temperature change is if I, like, get on a plane in a relatively warm area and then get off the plane in a relatively cold area. As far as, like, a temperature in the same place, I do not know. So, hello, Citral. Look into eyes of Yeto. Their true beauty. Who need mirror? You recall doing a bike race back in the day in Missouri? Saturday it was 70, next day it was 30. That's a pretty steep drop. No, that finally happened to me. Well, now I'm sad. That's a stupid mistake. I love when I hold forward and target as Wolf Link and he jumps to the right. Very cool. Why don't we claw shot the top of the ladder? Because in this game, you can't claw shot ladders. It's not like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and Wind Waker, where you can hookshot the top of some ladders. Why did they change it from hookshot to clawshot? I don't know. It's just what they decided to do for Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. How many small time saves do I think there are that I can utilize to give myself smaller time saves? Like wearing the boots when dropping down saves fractions of a second. I'm not sure I entirely understand what the question is, but generally, like, if we have the boots on a button and we're falling down as Human Link, we'll always put on the boots as, like, a very small time save if possible. We're learning Shield Attack because we're going to use it to perform a sequence break in Arbiter's Grounds. to skip having to collect all 4 post souls. Alright, well, we're losing 20 seconds here, unfortunately. That's what falling down in Lake Hylia will do. So thanks for the best of luck, Bacon. Nice circles. Is there an optimal number of drop-downs with the boots to wear in a run? I mean, I'm sure there is. I don't know what the exact number is, though. Nice. That was weird. Most of the times where we put on the iron boots for a fall tend to be in, like, Goron Mines, Palace of Twilight, and City in the Sky. Alright, Bubbles. Are we gonna behave today? Evidently not. For this guy to turn around. Well, this sucks. Unfortunately, that was not very optimal. Is compared to what it could have been. Alright, well, at least everything after getting the bubbles through the wall wasn't that bad. So if the rest of the segment is good, we might still save, like, 5 or 10 seconds or something. Flipping there. Alright, well, yeah. Aside from just it taking way too long to clip the bubbles out, this was a good segment. Sucks that I still lost like 30 seconds over my best, but sometimes that's all you can hope for with the spinner segment. So the time lost to the bubbles pretty much was RNG, because I was able to get one through the first time, like when I got both of them into the corner, but then the second time that, but the problem was I got one of the bubbles the first time, but then the other bubble decided to run away in the wrong direction, and if the bubble begins running away in the wrong direction, there's not really anything you can do until it stops running away and turns back towards you to try and attack you. Unfortunately, so it would have probably been better if I hadn't accidentally used, like if the boomerang hadn't accidentally also hit the bubble that was still in bounds, because then I could have properly gotten that bubble back into the corner, but because the boomerang hit it, it, like, stunned the bubble and sort of set it at a bad angle to begin with, which wasn't great. Arbiter's Grounds, no spinner allowed. I mean, you wouldn't be able to complete Arbiter's Grounds if you couldn't use the spinner, so... I guess the only thing you really wouldn't be able to do would be the boss, but... Still is something you can't complete. Alright, let's see if we can not get unlucky here. Bang! Good second cycle. And now for the ricochet. Well, that's unlucky. Okay, kind of slow, unfortunately, but... not the worst, I guess. That's kind of interesting, though. I don't think... Usually, on the third cycle, there's always at least one Style Trooper to ricochet off of, but with the direction I had there, there wasn't any to ricochet off. Also, thanks for the good luck soup. Really? Nice. Good miss. Also, hello, Moogle Knight. Is my sleep schedule better now? It's about the same. I guess it's shifted in a way that's convenient-ish for streaming. Well, PB is still possible, of course. What's my motivation to improve PB when I'm in a big lead already? Just kind of knowing that, like, it is reasonable for me to be able to do a run that's faster than my current PB. Oh, nice. We got lucky and don't have a falling rock. Like, knowing that it is possible to do better. And that I think it would be fun to try and get a better PB. Nice. Yeah. I'm surprised I failed that. I must have gotten off the spinner slightly too early. That's not something I usually fail. Yeah, it is neat that Palace isn't the last dungeon we do before Hyrule Castle in this category. Even though technically it doesn't really make a difference. We could just do Temple of Time before Palace. But it doesn't lose time to do it afterwards. Darn it. No! Man. I don't understand why I'm not getting into the corner properly there. Maybe. I mean, it means that I'm facing too far left, but I feel like I didn't change the visual cue from what I previously used. From what I was already using, but... Nope. Well. That's stupid. Really? I like how that was technically not considered to be on the Switch. Guess what else is not on the Switch? This game, that's right. Early Snow Peak has been in TPHD since 2020, so we're almost 6 years. I would imagine that, at the very least, GameCube Twilight Princess will come to, like, the GameCube NSO service for Switch 2. Really? Come on. Yeah, early Snow Peak is done with a Wolfos Super Jump. Really? Nice miss. Nice pressing A too early. Yeah, unfortunately, falling into the lava doing kitty climb was a pretty big mistake. But let's see how well we can do the last 3 dungeons. Or 4 dungeons, excuse me. That's not going to work. I accidentally fell in the lava when trying to do kitty climb, is what happened. Kitty climb is the name of the trick that we do that skips, like the magnet ceiling room in Goron Mines. If I had the choice between Wind Waker HD on Switch or Skyward Sword HD Switch 2 Edition with a playable Zelda mode playing the part of the story she experienced, which would I choose? I mean, the part of the story that Zelda experienced, I don't know, would make for... I'm not really sure what the gameplay for that would be. Because, at least from what we see, Zelda kind of gets escorted around by Impa, and... prays at the springs. Not sure Zelda herself does anything that would be interesting to turn into gameplay, but... Right, would be good to have the boomerang equipped. Nice. So thanks for the good luck, KitKat. How many hours do I think I have on Twilight Princess? A lot. But yeah, I mean, given between those two choices, I would probably choose Wind Waker HD. I don't expect that we'll ever get a Skyward Sword HD Switch 2 edition of any kind. So thanks for the good luck, Kelsey. I mean, personally, like, a 4K 120 FPS is not something that I'm personally interested in. And I feel like if Skyward Sword HD was gonna get some sort of boost on, like, a specific upgrade for Switch 2, it would have happened already. Because Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, like, have their own Switch 2 editions that are, like, you actually have to pay money for. But, like, Echoes of Wisdom has a Switch 2 update that, like, you can play on as long as you have the game on Switch 2. Along with, like, a bunch of other games that had, like, similar updates, and I feel like if they were gonna do a Skyward Sword HD one, it would have been included with those other games. Camera was a bit weird there, but thankfully, seems like it was fine. So thanks for the good luck, Benja Gaming. Not too bad on this segment, at least. Oh, excuse me. That was dumb. Well, Programmicus, it's actually not possible to skip the small key in this dungeon in this game. That at least we're aware of, so... Not even a task would do that. Okay, what am I doing? Don't need to do that the second time. Is it possible to do reverse dungeon order excluding palace and castle? No. It is not possible to do... like, it's not possible to do Temple of Time before Snow Peak, because, Snow Peaks changes, or beating Snow Peak changes the state of North Farron Woods and Sacred Grove to allow you to be able to do Temple of Time. It's also not possible to, like, do arbiters before lake bed. Darn it, I shouldn't have used the iron boots there. Because you have to beat lake bed to trigger Midna's Desperate Hour, which is what then allows you to get Oru's Memo. Really? Alright, well. Recognize that was not far right enough. No, there's no form of map glitch on HD. Map glitch was, like, completely patched in the Japanese GameCube version. So there's no way to do it on Japanese GameCube either. I'm surprised that worked. Which gap of time between objectives is longest for TPHD? If you mean, like, what my longest split is... I think it's probably my Nehru vessel segment, which is, like, 11.5 minutes. Granted, I could stick an Elden Twilight segment in there, or split in there, which would turn that into 2 different segments. But thanks for the good luck, Squee. Also, thank you very much, NXT Reaper, for the Prime subscription. Would I prefer a full HD remake of OOT on Switch 2 where you play the part of the mailman, or a Wind Waker remake? Well, I don't remember there being a mailman in Ocarina of Time, so I'm not entirely sure what that would entail. So I guess in this case I would also prefer the Wind Waker remake. I guess it's true, in some regard, you are the mailman, because you deliver Zelda's letter. mailman is running guy. I mean, from the perspective of the running guy, not much happens, so I think I'd still prefer the Wind Waker remake. So thanks for the good luck, Minato. When is cross-streaming to Kick and Mixer, as well as YouTube and Twitch? I don't think is Mixer around still? I thought Mixer went down. Instagram Live. Oh. Oh. For the foreseeable future, I think I will only be streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Mostly because I don't use any other platform that supports live streaming, I don't think. I guess Twitter technically does, but I don't feel like doing Twitter live streams. When will I wear wigs? I mean, to wear a wig, I would probably have to own one first, and I don't think I own any wigs, last I checked. Have I worn wigs? I don't think I've ever worn a wig before, no. Oh yeah, if it's a reference, then I don't know what it is. Also, thanks for the good luck music boxes. Fair deal for purple hair at 10,000 concurrent subs. I believe the deal was at, like 25,000 concurrent Twitch subscribers, I'd dye my hair pink. So, you want to see me with pink hair, that's the goal you can reach. How many am I at right now? 350. Or no, 250. Somewhere around there. Only 24,750 more to go. Oh. Nice center spawn. Thank you very much, None Ya Business, for the Tier 1 subscription. I appreciate the support. But yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of, like, stupid, like, subscriber goals like that. If we ever hit 10,000 concurrent Twitch subscribers, I will do a Tears of the Kingdom 100% speedrun. Really? Alright, well. Been a while since I've accidentally gotten hit there. What do I consider the hardest boss from all 3D Zeldas? I mean, the hardest boss from all 3D Zeldas would probably be, like, the Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom final boss gauntlet with, like, minimal items or something like that. Tears of the Kingdom 100% is, like, twice as long as Breath of the Wild 100%. Tears of the Kingdom is almost, like, 30 hours for the current record, I think. Oh, hello. Ah, yeah, saves for Switch games are kept on the console. So, if you then buy the game digitally after playing it on a cartridge, you'll have your same save still. That's some weird lag. Oh. West with the center spawns, apparently. The days when saves were on the cartridge. It was always fun buying a used Pokemon game and seeing what adventure the person before you had with it. If I beat your PB with this run, you'll gift 5 subs? I mean, that just sounds like you want to gift 5 subs, because I assume that your PB is not better than mine, but I could be wrong. Thank you very much, the Archduchess of Cats, for the 5 Tier 1 gift subs. That is very generous of you, so thank you very much. Oh, I see. You have a dentist appointment in 30 minutes. Well, yeah. I mean, at this point, I will finish this run. I guess there's a world where I don't finish the run if, like, I get a random crash somewhere, but assuming that doesn't happen, I will definitely finish. Nice. Nice. This will be the last run, because if I were to start a new run right now, I wouldn't stay awake until the end of it, most likely. Also, yeah, Douglas, like, when you actually know what you're supposed to do in a game before going through to complete it, Like, it really doesn't take that long at all to beat most games. Skid. Yes, it is only about 2 p.m. where I am, but my sleep schedule is messed up. So I will be going to bed at like 5 p.m. probably. Accidental target. Also, thanks for the good luck, silly creatures, silly fun. Really? Okay, well. I should have figured that I needed a jump attack there. Well, that's what we get for the camera angle being what it is, I suppose. I can never have a good Palace of Twilight lately. Do all rulers design their palace as a gauntlet for fabled swordmen, or is there at least one that actually plans for meeting rooms and kitchens and bedrooms? A great question. I do not know. Really? That was too early? I'm shocked. I've, like, completely lost the timing for that as well.
What do you need?
We do use the Wolflink amiibo 3 times in the run, because it allows us to load our save file faster whenever we save warp, which only happens 3 times in the run, so... Alright, thanks for the good luck, Archduchess of Cats. Hope that the dentist goes well. Thanks for stopping by today. Ah, I see, Maddie. That would make sense. Yeah, because I did notice that, like, looking through decomp, I was like, well, that's not going to be an exact square root, but I didn't know for sure if it was part of what caused it or not. An inverse square root is just 1 over the square root of a number. So, like, the inverse square root of 2 is 1 over root 2. Oh, look, a best segment. So thanks for the good luck, Elementalic. I don't know if I would say I'm a math guy, but I don't feel like knowing what square roots and reciprocals are makes me a math guy. I equipped that in the right spot, but oh well. Ow. Really? Ow. Now let's roll past things. What the heck? Why did he turn that way? I'm surprised I made it through that. Alright. Surprising I didn't save any time there. True, now I only have 2 seconds of leniency for potentially PBing. Can we do it? The answer is probably not. Nice. No, I don't plan on doing Hundo again unless, like, new stuff is found. I mean, I guess new stuff has been found, but the main problem with 100% is that there's a trick almost 3 hours into the run that's not consistent, and can sometimes just lose, like, 10 minutes if you're unlucky. And we don't understand how the trick works exactly. We don't know what to try and change to make it consistent, or if it's even possible to do consistently at all. Nice. How did I bonk there? I'm confused. I was, like, facing away from a wall, but I ran into a Lizalfos and somehow bonked. I must have been facing the other wall. The only way that makes sense. Nice. But yeah, like, if there's a consistent way found to do that one trick, then I probably would do Hundo again, because a lot of the other parts of Hundo that I was inconsistent with have consistent solutions now. Like Erolfo's skip, and also the, Cave of Ordeal's fairy skips are both, possible to do consistently. Though, the trick that plagues TPHD 100% is ISA 1 skip, which is a trick that involves setting Link's position to not a number. Which basically involves switching tunics while you are Wolf Link, which sometimes causes Link's position to become not a number, and then, in this specific instance, allows you to immediately trigger the loading zone at the end of the canoe minigame, so that you don't have to actually do the first part of the canoe minigame. Also, this is bad RNG. But the problem is that it does not always set Link's position to not a number, and we don't know why. I'll say it. Well, 100% in this game is about 7 hours. It's about an hour longer than the GameCube version. Mostly because we have to collect 50 extra items in the form of the 50 stamps. Wow. Wow. Oh, come on. Bad RNG continues. Who is the greatest 3D Zelda speedrunner? I mean, probably have a bunch of different options. As far as people who have run a lot of 3D Zelda games at a high level, you have SVA, Demon, myself, at least one or two other people that I'm not immediately thinking of. That's not where Armageddon was going. Really? Wow, this RNG is just actually, like, awful. I lost, like, 30 seconds to that RNG. Well, I mean, ZFG's only really ever run Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, so I guess he technically ran Twilight Princess for 3 weeks and also ran Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom when they came out, but you know, compared to the amount of time he's spent playing Ocarina of Time, the amount of time that he's speedrun the other 3D Zeldas is like peanuts. So ZFG is obviously, you know, a very good, probably the best Ocarina of Time player. But as far as 3D Zelda as a whole goes, I wouldn't probably put him in contention. That's just my opinion, though. Anop is your goat. Anop was the top MM runner for a very long time. Also, yes, my PB did lose a lot of time in Temple of Time. Samurai Man? Samurai Man has also run all of the 3D Zeldas before. Actually, I don't know if he ran Tears of the Kingdom. He's definitely done a lot of, like, Ocarina of Time through Skyward Sword, though. Thoughts on Bewildebeest taking the top spot for all SD categories? Bewildebeest is very good, so I'm not surprised given how good he is. That's true. ZFG has also done a lot of OOT and MM randomizer. Oh, really? This kind of sucks, but not a whole lot we can do about it. I got the frame for the moon boots, but then failed to actually equip over the boots when I thought the equip would succeed. Ah, yeah, I've done a bunch of archipelagos before. Darn it. Well. Wow, that was a lot of hits missed. Okay. Trying to equip the iron boots, and I somehow ended up jump slashing instead. aside from the moon boots and the King Bulblin mishap, rest of this segment has been alright. How are we looking on this run? We're not going to PB, but we could potentially finish within a minute of my PB. Which would be neat. Just gold by a minute? Ah, okay. I'll be sure to do that. Okay. I think that was too early. Alright, Zelda. What are we gonna do today? Well, we're apparently gonna get at least 8 cycles. But at least the next cycle was fast, I suppose. At least 9 cycles now. Alright, will we get 9? We will. Well, those last 3 cycles were actually pretty fast. Because Zelda didn't wait very long between them. No, we are not going to get a new record today. We entered the final segment a minute and 53 seconds behind, and at best we can only save like a minute here. But we're not going to save a minute because the Puppet Zelda RNG was not good enough to save a minute. At best, I think we'll save like 30 or 35 seconds. It actually looks like we're saving about 40, which isn't too bad, given that Puppet Zelda. Ugh. It kind of sucks that I didn't play very well in like the second half of this run, though. Because the first half wasn't too bad, and then after Snow Peak, we kind of started making some dumb mistakes, but that do just be how it goes sometimes. "42 seconds saved. Nice. Thank you very much, Apes, for the 20 bits, and Joshi for the 50 bits. And thank you, everyone, for the GGs. Also, thank you very much, Luna the Wolf, for the 4 months at Tier 1. You did arrive in time just for the end. Also, thanks for the Blue Rupee as well, Cloverfield. That's true. I did pause more times than what was necessary, so that I could do some tricks. So this is not low pause all dungeons, unfortunately. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today's stream. Because I'll probably go to sleep in like an hour and a half or something. But we will do more attempts on Wednesday, and yeah, so that's the plan for Wednesday. So, with that in mind, hope you guys all enjoyed the stream, and I will see you guys in 2 days. So, goodbye. Hope you guys have a good rest of your Mondays and Tuesdays.
Crystal again. World hacker repair. Beautiful girl with doom space. Hot for report.